evening. It's Sunday evening, and hopefully everything is working this time. Because I don't know, it's kind of feeling like things are a bit cursed lately. Things went wrong. Anyway, it's Sunday. It's time for a new stream, and the plan for today is to move on into the new area. We did a little bit of the canyon, but the plan for today is to continue exploring the canyon. I will probably drop a portal every once in a while just to get things going. And I don't know what's going on, but yeah, now it's working. Okay, just to get things going, I will drop a portal every once in a while so I'm able to move back to the base a little bit easier. So that's at least one of the plans. Now, there's a lot to do. We will have to create I will have to create new tools. No, I already have those. So let's see what I actually need to do. Well, Ember's probably... I was having a chest here for whatever reason. So let's see, food and bonfire, compost, obsolete, miscellaneous, discovery, crafting, tannery, loom. I really need to check something, what I need to build. I think I know what it is. Let's see. I don't have the juicer. I don't have the cooking table. So I guess I was working on that. Let's create some more charcoal too, because I really am going to need that. And I will need embers. Thing is that I'm running this game in a private game as well, so every once in a while I'm actually getting a little bit mixed up with things about what was I doing, where was I doing that, and how am I going to get everything the way it is. 15. So let's see what we can build. A juicer, a cooking table is needed. The armorer table is needed. And that's it. So in general, I might as well start cutting down logs, because I will need a lot more planks. if I need more logs as that I'm needing sticks for planks, it would be a much better idea if I cut down the pine trees near the portal. So let's do that. Now let's see. Let's start here and work our way down. And we'll see how far we get. I will need a lot of planks. I need to upgrade all my animal spots. I will need the logs to create charcoal. And that's because I will need that a lot too. There's a lot of ore smelting starting in this area. There's a lot of items being built in this area, especially in the Copper Age. Copper Age is really preparation for what's going to happen later. So that's something I should take in mind. And once we have iron, things will really becoming interesting. Because at that point, we will need a lot more resources. The advantage I have at that point is that copper isn't that much needed. So instead of using iron for nails, I can still use the copper for nails. The copper will be used for, what's its name? Copper sheets. Not enough stamina, of course. So I got enough for one portal. Copper is going to be used for sheets and for nails as primary metals. And we're going to use that for quite some time actually. Even when we're beyond the Iron Age and get to different kind of metals, we will still be using copper, not just as nails. So like I said, we need planks. Lots of planks. I need to build the juicer kitchen. These 4 items need to be upgraded. That's 60 planks if I'm not mistaken. Yep. So also 60 nails. Then we need 75 nails, 90 nails, and 20 is 110 nails. 110 nails. It's quite a lot. At least I have the copper now. Uh, 20, right? Wait, I don't need that. I need 110 and we already have 15. So I have all the weapons, except for the bow. So with that in mind, everything is going fine. I have 15. Why do I have 15 water? Okay. Juicer. No. On the table, 1 copper. That's the most important one. That gives me enough sticks. For another batch of ambers if / when needed. The reason why I built this one before the cooking table and the juicer is this is going to give me a copper bow, and I need a knife and a hammer for that, a shield and a battle shield, and copper arrows. So first of all, I'm going to need a hammer and a knife. Now that's going to be fun, because the hammer one rope needs to be crafted at that table. One hammer. Won't be able to do that yet. Copper knife. One leather and one ingot. One leather, one ingot. Won't craft all the weapons yet, but that's because if I do that, I will be running out of some materials very fast. And eventually I will have to. Especially what I can craft here. But 2 armor on this one compared to what we currently have. The only advantage is my health and run speed, but everything is basically a step back. Or somewhat forward, but not everything. So I haven't made my mind up yet. The other reason is that I will need pelts. And at some point I ran out of items in my private game, which forced me to respawn all the monsters and still having a problem in certain areas. Get certain materials. And that made my game slightly harder until I was able to get further on, getting new enemies, and at that point I actually was able to craft what I needed. So I don't want to run into that. Hammer done. And that means I can do this. Wait. That means I'm very stupid. Because I don't need it, that one. I could have crafted a copper hammer instead. I should have crafted that one instead. What about tailor table? I also need a hammer on that one. So let's craft 2 copper hammers. And see what else later is needed. I really need better run speed on her, by the way. Copper hammer, craft, move on, take planks. See where we get. sailor table, one hammer, one hammer. Now that's done. Let's see what else we can do. Still can't craft a cooking table. 20 stone. Don't have that. I need copper ingots. I do have that. And that way? Yes, that way. This simply shows how much resources are used only for basic materials, basic items. Because I had a lot of copper, got my tools, and currently I'm only using it to craft stuff, craft nails, and I still haven't improved those sheds for my animals. Might as well demolish, mine out all this stone. Eventually I will need it anyway. All of it. Hope I got enough stamina to get all those stones removed. Yeah, I do. So, done. Right. Not a single bush is going to stop me if I want to pass. Got it? So the kitchen. For now I will place it. The cooking table. Next. Actually not next, but close to the bonfires, then great. If you start doing that, I'm going to work here. Because it will take me less time to craft the planks as it does the ghost. Partially because that 20% crafting speed. No, yeah, it's helping here. Although with the current plane it's not going really fast. But it's still better than nothing. On top of that, look how slow the cooking table is being prepared. Once I have this, we'll be able to get better food. So one of the first things I will have to do is not just getting better food, but also getting the cooking items I need for this cooking table. Which means a frying pan, a more the other thingy, the Morse. So that may take some time because I have to do that in a bonfire, or, which is actually better, smarter, more smart, just remove it from the bonfire. So, cooking table done. New stuff. We have cheese, better health and stamina, both. The Morse, fried meat, the baked potato, the flatbread, and the egg are all stuff we already knew. Porridge, grain and water, 20 health, so basically double. Boiled potato is getting better. Bread, 30 health compared to the 20 of the flatbread, so that's needing a new discovery. But I need frying pans. Like I said, I can remove those tools from here. So that problem is solved. Eventually I may craft some bread. We have pure butter here. Okay. We also need new traps. And I need ropes. So let's see, we got charcoal, we got sticks, we got stones. Let's drop a few things off. Stones. Sticks. And the charcoal. I could do one batch of embers. I can't do one batch of... Yes, I can. Because of that. And now I'm stupid. Oh, needed that one. So the only thing left to build is the juicer. Let's do that from this side. And together it's going pretty fast actually. And of course, no, this helps too. 60% speed on construction. So this one is going to help us to craft apple juice, grape juice and cactus juice. Now, apple gives health and stamina and increased attack speed. Grape juice is stamina. Cactus juice is also stamina. Grape juice is easier to get by because I can simply plant it here. So to get better stamina liquids, grape juice is the easiest one. Especially because I can later use it. Might as well do this so that Ghost keeps busy before actually going for the other place. So we got the juicer, the cooking table, crafting table, tailor, armorer and loom. Basically all that is done. The chests were already built. We have been upgrading those to level 2 now. Barn and seedbed are needed. What I need is that. So that is something I will build as well. I can build only one, so I need 60 more nails. I'm also going to collect the traps we had, because with it I can go that way. I'm able to go on a hunting spree again. Because we currently have 3 of almost each. And we can add 2 more of several. There's a goose nearby. I don't know where it is right now, but it's nearby. There it is. Follow me. Come on, silly goose. Let me think. Best position. Not that side, otherwise my chicken will eat from it. to do it this way this time. So the purpose of this, I dropped the water and the seeds in it. Animals eat, which means that I don't have to use that button anymore. Making it easier for me to actually collect the items I need. Now, we got a goose. I know there is a cow nearby. So this helps. Morning. Slightly better visibility. There's a cow. There was a cow. So 4 geese, 4 cows. Make that 5. Five cows. Excellent. Now if I run into a sheep, I would be really happy. But I don't. At least not yet anyway. Chicken is going to escape again. Lost it. And my animal is able to run through there. So now we do need linen. Yeah, great. There it is. Well, as long as it's keep in this open area, I may be able to capture it. First, let's get Bessie and Bessie home. And let's grow a load of linen. I was about to say flax, but it's linen. Well, actually it's flax. Linen is the cloth you're making, not flax, but or the thread, whatever. But let's not mess too much up about that. Seeds. Wood. Planks, because I need to check how much I need. Over 60, okay. So let's grow our plants, and when that's done, craft ourselves a bunch of nails. And I have no idea how many feathers we got, so I need to check before I actually drop off. Seeds. 25 feathers. Armor table. Let's see. Copper bow. I need a thread. Thread is made from cotton at the tail. So I have to plant that as well. Okay. We need to go for copper in a bit. Which in itself isn't that bad, but what I need to do while collecting the copper is also keeping an eye on some materials in that area. But more important, there's a hint. There's something I need to look for in that area. So let's see. First of all, how much linen do I have right now? 50, 108. Okay, that's a lot of ropes. I had 10 left. That's 104. Good. Then we need cotton. Quite a lot, actually. Ah, shoot. I forgot something. So that's going to mess a few things up at the moment. Let it do right this time. I hope it's enough what I'm going to craft there. We'll see. I never know how much I actually need. Well, no, that's not true. I can actually calculate how much I need. I can even make a spreadsheet out of it if I want to. I simply don't want to. I always like to approach things when they come at me. Because in the end, that's more fun. So I got planks and nails left. Okay. Oh, seeds. That's one of the few things I shouldn't have done here. I only should have dropped in the seeds and used the water later if/when I was needing it. Because with that I can actually set the right amount of materials I need from my animals. Not going to do the sticks because I need sticks for traps. I needed 10. Two cotton, okay. 10, okay, so 20 cotton is enough, but I need a lot more for later armor. I really should pay more attention to what I'm doing and what I got. Keep this. Turn that into fat. So I can craft a bow. Also means I can drop him. Eventually I will split this up in finished items and animal parts eventually. Copper bow, 2 planks, 2 copper, 1 leather. Thanks. Leather. Let's craft that myself. There's another thing I need to do. I need burlap. 5. And 2 leather. Burlap. 1 wool, so I need 5 wool. Two copper, 1 leather. Pop the sticks, because I don't need those yet. I need to craft the arrows too later. So we got a 0.7 attack speed and 10 damage compared to 6 damage and 65 attack speed. Stamina use is higher, which is sort of making sense. Now for arrows, of course later I will use this. For arrows, I need sheets, 5 feather, 5 sticks, and I only have 15 arrows. So that means 6 batches, which, like I said, means I have to get more copper. First things first. Besides, I got 32 arrows left. The chicken and sheep. Sheep. Do I have 5 cows already? Yeah, we do. So 3 sheep, 1 goose, 2 sheep, 1 goose, and 3 chickens. We know where 1 chicken is. Thing is, am I able to capture the bugger? The answer, probably not. Where is it? There it is. Got you. So, 3 chickens. very convenient to run into it. Unless, of course, you miss. Gotcha. One more sheep. I have to say the plank buildings we have here are looking a lot better as the one with the thatch top. Off to the other ones. I know they're out there. The biggest problem, and I encountered that in my private game too, the biggest problem is really finding out where they are. Because I have the feeling that quite often they're stuck somewhere like that. And I have also the feeling that these animals are able to run through tiny gaps I can't run through, making it a lot harder for me to actually capture them. Of course I can clear cut the entire area here. Why would I? See what I mean? So the chicken is able to go in the water somewhere, while I can't. And thus being able to escape. The good news, I don't need to sprint. And this time I will simply cut a path here. Though I have no idea where it is now. It ran off. Still in the water, okay. And I'm still not able to get to it. Good news, at least I'm getting enough materials for building and anything later. Now I'm able to get into the water. There it is. It's a sea chicken. So, chickens. That makes 4. A chicken, a goose and a sheep. And 27 traps, which in theory should be enough. So let's continue our search. I know that eventually, and I can show that on the map, the more I'm getting close to the pine forest and the more dangerous it's going to become, the less likely it is that I find an animal. However, there's always a but or a however. It's still possible they are there. So what I need to do is listen. Look. Like that, and be lucky. So, 5 chickens. Nothing here. Come on, animals, where are you? Because I need to proceed with a few other things. I think I have to move on towards this area after all. Well, I do have the weapons to protect myself and chicken. So at least that's good. Problem is that I also need to run back. Oh, we got company. Like I said, the problem is that I also need to run back. And running back may be hard. Some areas. So let's see if I'm able to find the goose and the sheep over here. I have the feeling I won't. Unless there's somewhere over there in that area. Which means I had to cut myself a path again. There's something there. Oh, it's a green skin. Oh, we found a nest. Just not the kind I was looking for. But it does give me some extra food, so that's always nice. And some extra sticks, which are also nice. no sheep, and that's not nice. Let's cut it down. At least we got a lot of apples from this one. That way. This is slightly annoying. No sheep in there. I should have renamed this stream into Brook Stream and the Hunt for the Lost Sheep. Something like that. Search for the wanted sheep. Well, something like that anyway. Time to cut myself another path in this direction. Is that the right direction? Yep. But I need to go through here. At least I don't have to worry about running out of food. That's the path. Come on, I know there are 5 animals of each on the island. Without having the need to respawn it, so where are they? Otherwise, I'm going to take this one home first. Close to home anyway. Well, I knew it. I knew it. Follow me. So now there's only one thing left. That's the wool factory. Come on, chickie. No, not that way. This way. So, only the sheep. It really wouldn't surprise me if that sheep is somewhere in there. So I'm going to run it one more time. And if I still can't find it, then I'm off to the canyon and start collecting copper and doing missions again. Because there's a lot of stuff to do over there. Copper mining is only one thing. And even when zoomed out to the max, I don't see it. Oh, here it is. What matters? No, not there. How about in the water? That's no. I think I give up on finding that one sheep. At least for now. I'm pretty certain that sooner or later I will find it. Probably by accident. Very likely when I don't have any traps with me. because, yeah, you know, statistic number generator and all that. So on off to the copper area to get new amounts of copper, because I will need that for sure. Sticks and logs. I need new amounts of copper to be mined. We will get other resources, and like I said, there is a mission item, or actually multiple mission items we need to find as well. So we've got 11 food. The only thing that I'm worrying about is, do I have enough good food? We got, if I do bread, 30 health, 20 seconds. Flat bread is worse, but we need eggs for that. This is going to take more time. 5 chickens. No, no. First I need water. Okay. Wheat. Two left. Animals need pure water. 28. Okay. Now, this is the advantage I currently have. So if I make 10, 15 bread, that's 50 flour, that's 55 seeds. I need to drop 10 in the crate. I got plenty of room over there, okay. So Now I'll just see how much flour I actually am able to produce. I think that's a lot easier. But I need at least 15 bread. That's 20 flour almost. Okay, so the 20 flour is easy to get. I thought I had some flour. So in theory, I should be able to do 20 bread. Then I will later be able to do a meat pie, also requiring 1 flour. And you need pure water, so step number 1, put the water filter to work. And I still haven't been trying to get new resource. So about 15. Yeah, I'm going to do 50 bread eventually. That should be enough, because the wheat pie will make things so much easier later. So I need seeds for a refill. $125. That's going to be a lot of flour. I'm going to need it all. At least the ghost is back to work now. Food box, drop the eggs. Just to be certain. 27. Hang on. 15. 15. And if we have 50 water, I can actually let this start. 7. It's going to take a while. as well start with 8. And I'm going to drop a portal over there. There's nothing to find in the first area anyway. So there's no need to be worried. Did I have... Yeah. Would it be the first time I forgot something and had to go back? So I'm going to use... No, I'm not going to rename it. I'm going to use the right hand exploring method. There's something else I need to craft too. I need to grow magic berries. I hope that having all these monsters here, it also means that that I'm going to find something I need to move on in the main quest here. Don't think so. More reddies. And that's the reason why I haven't been giving seeds to the geese. It wouldn't be, because I'm still able to get feathers from this area. Why do I have a feeling that this is exactly where I wanted to go, where I have to be eventually? I guess not. Yeah, you fight or what? No. Yes. Yep. Indeed, what I thought. There's one of our quest objects. Right above our arrow. Mouse pointer. Also means this is a dead end. Now, what we have here is a pentagram, and I know one of my viewers, I don't know if he's actually here, but I do know that one of my viewers already seen it before. But what we have here is a pentagram with different objects, each object representing something we actually are able to gather. And from what I see here, we have an apple, a branch. I think this is amber. That may be meat, and not certain, that may be chicken. So let's examine. What we need to do is following the labyrinth we have over there. We need to get that puzzle again and see to which symbol it leads. So instead of going from the outside in, we're going from the inside out. Unfortunately, there's a guide on Steam, so I can easily check what we have here. Raw meat. So let's write it down. Because in the end, I will get to a similar object, except all blanked. And that one will require the exact same things we have here. How much copper do I have, by the way? 23. Okay. So if I write it down, I don't have to drop a portal here and move. Also because portals can't be placed in an area where another portal is active. So if I drop a portal here and I find, for instance, another one here, the distance is too short to drop a new portal. So writing it down and using my notes later to open up the pentagram, which is not having any symbols on it, will complete that quest. Hey, copper. Not much, but it could be enough to mine some. I actually missed stone. There's another thing I need to explore here. That's one of the reasons why I wanted to explore. And without giving away too much, but there's a passage to the resource I want for the next discovery. So if I'm able to get that, this is not going to work. And I can do the discovery as well. And that will make my life easier too. So 1.8 seconds. And I'm using 1.4. At least I'm returning with around 60 copper now. So eventually this will be a very fruitful trip anyway. Ooh, that's a big one. Some more copper over there, but that once again means I have to get my stamina food. Sorry for that. No, never mind. 80, very nice. That's 40 ingots at the moment. Broken items I'm currently picking up can be processed later. That part. Is it dead? I can't see if it's a dead end or not. It looks like it. I'm not certain if it is. What I do know is that I'll end up with a lot of copper, more than enough for my current needs. And with a nice load of stone, which isn't enough for my current needs, but it will be enough for several of my needs. So let's see. Now, that's a hunting reward I like. 100 copper ore. Wow. This game doesn't have a resource modifier, so I also remember what I've got. I should have made a bigger bag. I have more and more the feeling that this is the path to where I have to go to. again. That one. And if it indeed is leading me to where I think it's leading me to, then I have to go back. So I can actually, now it's going wrong. So I can actually demolish that portal and rebuild it again. How much XP do I need? Just under 200. Okay. Well, 26. Let's see. One bird. 5 points. 8 points. Ready, guys. Yep, 8. There we have the copper. All the copper I was missing out in the first part. Finally. So let's get my stamina up. I have 2, 4, 6, 8 slots available. Yep, and now I know where I needed that burlap for I was thinking about. Come on, Retty. You want to fight? Let's fight. Don't want to fight? Then don't even thinking about coming near me. Health regen, stamina, both 0.3. Okay. So these hedgehog thingies, their quills can be used later for another arrow type weapon. The problem is it's actually a little bit late in game that you get it compared to where you find them. So I don't see much use of it. There is some use for it, but not really that I think, okay, wonderful, great. This is such an improvement. I've been using that particular type of ammunition, but not really sure what to think of it. And the last one. Almost 420 copper ore. 8 arrows left. Okay. At least we got another level. Next one, 2.8k. Let's see. I don't need that one right now, but it's always good to have. Accuracy. Should I use sprint? Dash. 2 slots left, so I can't mine that much anymore. There's another pentagram. And this is a dead end. Okay, I wasn't expecting that. However, that also means that this path is leading towards where I want to be eventually. So let's see, we got probably the soil. Ooh, am I mistaken? It's that one, which is amber, if I'm not mistaken. Yep. No, it's not the amber. It's the pelts. Um, do have some copper here. I have plenty of room for stone. So let's mine this and using the Ghostly Express to get back to base. Drop copper ore in our mill. Get me out of here. So we're going to use him to get back. Later I'll teleport here, dismantle the portal and start exploring that part, because it's the last path possible, also leading me to the area I wanted to be. Now first, oh shoot, we're going to do this. 232. That's a lot of copper ore. Divided by 2. So leather, 5 burlap. Okay. I have 4 sheep. Not okay. So by the time I'm actually able to use the bread, I don't need it anymore. Um, 7 pure water needed. Why didn't it drop health? Because everything's full. Okay. A moment to relax. And pick up a load of crap again. The good news, I'm able to use that for all kind of materials later. And the last one. So 5 wool. Which will be turned into burlap, which I will turn into a bigger bag, replacing the shopping bag, shopping basket got now. Might as well fill up the one for the cows. Because in the end I will need anything being filled up. That means I need 5 water. They're all very well. This makes feeding so much easier. The only thing I need to do is drop in the water, wait for them to drop their crap, wait for the items to be produced and pick them up, done. And it will be even easier later, although no, I do need everything at that point still. Don't need that one yet? No. Burlap. And I turn those spare pelts into leather. The only thing I'm not worried about is the cooking, because eventually the ghost will do that for me. No, I don't have that yet. Not to mention, we have upgrades coming up each and every time. And ropes, okay. craft. Later we'll be able to do the small bag, but as you can see, we need iron processing for that. So that's going to take a while. Everything is going to take a while. The thing is, and that's going to be a slight warning for the future. Even with help of my ghost, I will have to grind stuff. It's one of the reasons size 8. So we're going to add another row to this. Basically, let's see, 2, 4, 6, 7. So we're going from 28 to 32. 2, 4, 6, 8. The 4 is more or less what we can do. I will in the future try to grow several food items and other materials I'm needing while I'm doing other stuff. Still, there are a few things that will require a lot of planting, growing, harvesting, all of that, and I have to be around there because I need a lot of those items. So every once in a while we will enter the boring zone. There's nothing I can do about it. At least not yet. And I will try to avoid it for sure. But I simply can't always avoid it. We got 36 water here. Okay. And there are certain aspects where I have to use my character to craft. Like the cooking table is currently on pause because my ghost is working at the stone mill. I can replace the ghost and he will start cooking. The blast furnace is another thing that needs somebody being present. So sometimes I can do stuff, sometimes I let the ghost doing stuff. The discovery table is one of the few things I can do myself actually. I need a riding feather. That's one normal feather. And I need ink. Ink is 3 eggs and 2 ash. Do I have 2 ash available? No. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1 is 5. Because I can't prepare stuff. Ash. 2 ash. Done. Riding feather. Craft. I will need pure water and 3 eggs for this discovery. Okay. Not okay. Okay, don't have eggs. Now it's okay to go there. Copper ore is also finished, which means okay, that works. 1, 2, 3 eggs. Copper ore is finished, so I can start the next batch. Drop the eggs in the food bin for the time being. I need 1 pure water, which I might as well get from here. Hey, I thought I needed to be there to... It's funny. That's funny. I thought I had to be there to actually craft the ores. That said, the ingots, but apparently this one still works alone. So my guess is that's the other one, the upgrade, that actually needs it. Time to sleep, and after that I'm off to the canyon again and getting the last part explored. Solar. And in this case, once I've built it, I'm going to rename it. And now I've made a mistake again. Because I have 2 food. If something goes wrong, I need to ask the ghost to help. But that also means that I have to walk all the way from the Force of Nature portal again. Not what I have in mind. So bring that along. Done. speak. Oh, he came back with his brother. So for now I can ignore that copper. And the reason I can ignore it is that I have enough for a while. Well, shoot. Still have no idea if I'm heading in the right direction or not. Although looking at things, actually maybe. That's based upon what I see here. At least now I entered Copper Paradise when I don't need it anymore. I have that with all my games. If I'm playing some sort of economical game like SimCity or whatever, trading simulations, the moment I am having enough cash, I get the opportunities to get more cash. Well, in trading simulations, you never have enough cash, but it's always something like that. You get everything you need and then you find what you need. Multiple pieces. Ow. So all this time I was looking for copper, and the moment I have more than enough, I start to find one deposit after the other. I guess that's how games work. getting slightly more crowded here. So that may actually mean that I'm getting to a certain area again. Don't tell me this one is going around. Well, even that wouldn't surprise me. The health in 20 seconds. Okay. So it's not going around. Another pentagram. Okay. Well, at least we got 3 out of 5 now. Plus, it's also very important to me. I know that this path is leading us to the final destination of this canyon. Let's see where this one is leading us to. Stone. So meat, pelt and stone. We need 2 more symbols. Am I sure that's stone? I'm sure it's a stone. So time to go back to that spot. Still like the tiny details here. Scorpion, the lizards, especially that turning around is nice. And I don't think we will encounter scorpions in this game. At least not as far as I can remember. But I have to admit, I haven't finished this game in single player. What I do know is something I can show as soon as I build Portal, that we have several regions. The green fields or the meadows is where we started in. Then we have this part, canyon, which is more or less something like a desert. Let's build a teleport for a moment. Then we have 3 different biomes. One with something that looks like a palm tree, one with that looks like reeds, and one with what looks like a snowflake. So there are a few things that can actually show us where we're heading to. Let's make some embers. Charcoal embers. Let's go coal smoker first. And now everything is going the way it should. I'm going to do a minor break, so I'll be back in a few minutes. And welcome back to the second part, everybody. I hope everybody has provided him or herself with some coffee, tea, or any other kind of beverage, whatever you prefer. I hope everybody who was waiting for it took their bathroom break and then provided them with any kind of beverage or snack or whatever you want to eat. So we can continue what we're doing, which is exploring the canyon and hopefully eventually getting that new technology as well. Just hope I've got enough bread, but we'll see. 8 should be enough for the last part. That's the way we have to go. And like I said, I need to start growing some magical blueberries so I can craft another teleport in a bit. So the embers are complete, the copper ore is complete. No, the ingots. Things are going well on that part. And we're getting more animals, so another important point. At least I know there's no connection between the two. It's not even a maze. I may indeed be running out of bread. I really hope I don't. It's going to get close, but if it's up to me, I prefer exploring instead of returning to the base. And now I remember what I should have done. That. I should have replaced it by a copper one. Because the copper one gives more damage. And that means I would be able to do one hit kills instead of 2 hits. Plus somewhat better protection. I mean, I think the armor is 10 points per copper one. On the other hand, we are where I wanted to be. Just can't build it there, okay? This is finally leading me to where I want to be. And that's part of it. This. We also have a new objective. Investigate alchemy. How much do I have now? 16, okay. So I only pick up this because that should be more than enough for my needs. So researching alchemy will unlock new stuff. I guess people already figured that one out. But the only reason I got sulfur is I'm mining it because I will need it. Obviously. It's also the reason why I was crafting the ink and that writing feather earlier. because those two are going to be needed. Need for the next one 5 ink, 1 feather. Okay, 5 ink. 1 ink is 2 ash and 1 ash is 2 claws. So 5 ink is 2 ash and 1 ash is 2 claws. So that's 2 times 5 is 10 times 2 is 20 claw needed. 20 claws. I also want to craft myself a copper apple shield. Do I have room in here? Yeah, I still have. Planks, 4 leather, 10 claw, 5 nails. Planks, leather, copper, claw, and nails. Start with that. Thanks. Come on, Ghost. You got a job to do. Nails. Nails vergeten. I forgot the nails. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Planks are done. Very well. I will need a lot more planks in the future anyway, but craft a battle shield. Everything else is turned into ash. So 8 armor, still 1 damage. But damage wise, it didn't make difference. Armor wise, it's a slight improvement. A lot. Alchemy. Discover. There we go. New ones. First of all, we got iron processing. We need ink, feather and iron for that. Then, on the crafting table, we have copper scales, which I can easily craft in a bit. That's the only thing we actually have. There is nothing to be discovered on this side. I can actually craft the copper sheet required for the scales. I will need two sheets. Yeah, of course. I also need to craft another chest. Wait. How much nails do I have? 12. Two chests. And Andrew's here. Good evening, Andrew. It's no problem. Everybody got things going, so it's nice that you're actually here. And yeah, of course, sometimes you're being distracted. Doesn't matter. Sometimes people are being neglected. That may matter, but in this case, I don't mind. I hope you are enjoying whatever you have been following so far. And if not, let me know what you actually saw. Ah, you just entered. Yeah, that was the abandoned. Hang on, I will bring up the map. We did the entire canyon. Previous episode, we ended up over here with this split. So I've been exploring the rest of this area. We got 3 of the pentagrams. So that's the 1 second, please. 1 second. So that part is done. I harvested a lot of copper here because after the initial start where nothing was, we found a lot of copper. Then eventually we got to the abandoned mine and we just did a little bit of that. I have to go through here. What I found there was, and that's the inventory, sulfur ore. So we have some nice discoveries coming up, and I just have been using a little bit of the sulfur ore on the discovery table to unlock alchemy. And I was actually going through all the new stuff we have, because every discovery unlocks new items. In case of cooking, it's going to be the meat pie, but for that we need a vinegar. So we have the skills unlocked. I need a clay test tube to be crafted in a bit. I need a shitload of planks actually. Copper skills craft. And I think I will need all my logs to start crafting for more planks, because there's still new buildings unlocked. Yep, indeed. What you said is, I really have to get used to that to actually rephrasing your questions. Yes, you ask if new over the bonfires mean new craftables. Yes, it does. And in case of the bonfire, that was the clay test tube. It will also show up always on top of the left part of a crafting table or a crafting station. I need a resource plank. That's it. No more planks. And the same thing means over here, over the building screen, which I will get to in a bit. Stop working there, lady. Because I'm not sure whether or not. Yep, there is. I can upgrade the compost bin. And that's requiring 9 planks, 7 nail, sheet, manure, and okay. Now it's time to go through the building menu, because we got new ones as well. This is always showing up when I have something new. The word new, if I click it, it's all marked as red, and I don't want to do that. So, using the entire list, we've got a second level compost bin. Well, we already know that because of the nice green arrow. Then I can craft a sulfur smelter. I can craft a wine barrel, an alchemy table, the fertilizer storage, and that one is going to be required for the auto fertilizing of my fields, and a torch. Torches are simply lights. So that's all it. So I will actually, well, I was already crafting planks, or better said, my ghost is, at some point, once he's done with all the copper ore I mined. So I might as well do it myself and move that one forward. Move the scales forward as well. It's going to take so much time before it's finally done. And I'm going to need 2 chests. One to store my sulfur. One to store all those broken pieces, because those will be able to be processed later again. Then I'm going to need the alchemy table, and if I'm actually using that gray matter I have, soft tissue, then I realize that I need something else too. Do I need that on? Yeah, I thought I need that one on the alchemy table as well. And now I can start working on planks again. Good news, for me at least, is that I got a lot of copper. Yeah, well, I'm using that term soft tissue because you're familiar with Volheim. I could say I should use my brains, but there are still people playing Volheim who don't see the relation between the soft tissue and brains. So this game don't have that. I meant that I should be smart and think and start using everything that's able to process things by itself before I actually start crafting, so I save time. I will need the clay test tube and the mortar later on that alchemy table. So instead of spending all my time crafting planks, if I make sure that those two things are crafted first automatically and then move over to planks, I'm saving myself a little bit of time. Build, let's see, compost bin. I don't need anything because I'm upgrading, but I will need the sheet, the soil, the straw, nails. At least I've got the planks now. Let's start with this one. Planks. To soil. To straw. Ooh, glad I got that one. Well, I need to craft new one anyway. 7 nails and a copper sheet. And how much do I have left in planks? Just enough for one chest. One sheet. Might as well use or not everything for the nails. So one step at a time. That's the upgrade. This will unlock some new items. And more options to more slots to craft fertilizer. So that's at least a nice improvement. There we are. Once again, as you can see, new, and it shows saltpeter as the new fertilizer. There is something with saltpeter that makes me not use it as a fertilizer. I also can drop off 2 right now, so that's a big improvement. Manure, although the growth speed and harvest amount are less, I mean 1510 by double 20, is going to be preferred for now. So, storage and burlap. Should I do that one first? Cooking, crafting, tailor, armor, loom, blast. Oh, wait, science and magic. Alchemy table. Six jugs. I think I'm going to do the alchemy table first. Because I need to start cutting lots and lots of trees again to craft planks. 6 jugs, that's 6 times 5. So 30. Yes, Andrew, you're right about that. You understand that I don't want to use saltpeter as fertilizer. There is a step further in the game where I will need saltpeter for another material. And yeah, I can't tell that much, that's the whole problem, without spoiling too much. But let's just say we need that. Indeed, it's indeed more valuable to use in the future. Also, the amount of excrement I'm using, now I forgot what I wanted to do. Stones. The amount I'm using for saltpeter is 4, which is quite high, and for the other fertilizers, I'm not going to tell anything. The other fertilizers, it's usually less. There is an organic one which is quite good, but in the end, 6 I need, 5. Great. In the end, it's simply easier for me to use the manure or the what's it called, hummus or humus, that stuff, to actually use the saltpeter as fertilizer. Eventually I might, but I've been running into problems in my private game, so crafting certain types of food in such amounts just to force my animals to produce the excrement. I don't want to do that. I don't mind hoarding, and I don't mind over preparing, but I learned my lesson from the private game, where you actually run into a problem that you need access to areas and you can't get there because you're lacking something. So you'll see. But if you're smart enough in with chemics and you paid attention in chemical class, the combination of sulfur and saltpeter should start ringing a bell. Well, actually, in your case, it was ringing a bell. And it was ringing the right bell, but I won't name it for the people who are watching this later or watching this on YouTube. Because I don't want to spoil all the fun. So 6 jugs. Number 2 is where do I put that table? Because I need access to this. So I can't put it next to that. Maybe I should simply cut that one. And drop the whole thing over there. So that part is done. No constructions, no decoration other than torch. Alchemy table is done. The farm, everything is upgraded. So I need the fertilizer storage, which is burlap. Which means I need 10 water. Anything else is complete. Okay. New unlocks. Black powder. Saltpeter, sulfur, coal. Like I said, I'm not going to spoil the fun. Game does that anyway. Scales and the testing tube. Then we've got nitroglycerin. We've got a fuse cords, simple grenades. I like this comment. Be careful with this item, it can hurt you. We've got dynamite, salt. Not yet, we will get there. Torch, ladle torch, and a sparkling copper hammer. Now, this is going to be probably going to be my weapon for a while. The battle torch is having a better attack speed, 1.2 versus the 0.47, but the area of effect damage is so nice with this one. So over time I will do the sparkling copper hammer, but we need a sulfur for that. So that's the alchemy table, and that is explaining why I didn't want to use the saltpeter as fertilizer. Because I need it in the nitroglycerin, the black powder. The black powder is used in the fuse cord, and eventually nitroglycerin and fuse cord are used in the dynamite. So, solved. Nothing I can add here. So that's that part, but I still need that storage. 10 burlap, which means no, we don't need sticks and the stones. Burlap. So 10 water so I can feed the sheep. Speaking of sheep, hey, I'm not going to tell you, Andrew, really. You asking me why I will need the dynamite and maybe for the abandoned mine, but I'm not going to tell you. You and everybody else will see. First of all, I'm going to collect water. So I can actually get the pure water running while I'm waiting for my sheep to produce their wool. And that's another thing. Yeah, you're saying it's a rhetorical question. Right. Another thing you missed. I've been hunting some animals. I've been upgrading my animal, well, I can't call it storage, but let's call it stables. So I'm able to have 5 of each animals right now. I'm still lacking 1 sheep. I have no idea where it is. And of course I said I would get that going. So let's get it going. I have no idea where that 1 sheep is. Eventually I will find it, but okay. Yep, that's a very nice, serious question, Andrew, and I will answer it in a moment. Let me get the wool first. So you're asking me why my bedroll is still out in the open. Does it never rain or get cold, and why the animals actually have sheds to live in. So I need to go to the building menu for that. I will eventually be able to start constructing floors, walls, roof. First wood, later from stone. However, I need the requirement for that is I need construction to unlock. So that's number 1. But to unlock construction, I need to discover iron processing. And as you can see, the moment I have construction unlocked, I'm getting a nice new discovery table. The coal smoker, the mill, everything we have nice pictures of here is going to be upgraded. So I need iron processing, and iron processing is only available after I have discovered iron, which is after alchemy. So up to then, there is indeed, like you asked me, no shelter at all. Is it logical? No, not at all. I agree with you on that. But it's what the game is like. And some games require you to build some sort of uh, shelter, even if it's a small roof. Then at least you have something like a shelter. This game completely bypasses that. It's one of the minor points, I think, because in general it's quite good regarding everything. But the fact that you don't, the fact that you can't make any sort of shelter is weird. I agree with that. I can build a barn and cow sheds and that sheepfold and etc. They are looking quite good actually when you start using planks. And then for yourself, you have a bedroll to crawl into. Even if the thing is made of leather, it's still a bedroll, so you still get wet. But then there's also no wet debuff in this game, so with that in mind, it's not that bad, but still. I understand the lack of, no, not the lack of knowledge. I understand it's a little bit confusing. Because if I'm able to build this, I might as well build something similar for myself. Anyway, I got 10 wool, I got all the crap, which I don't need by now. I am able to craft more manure actually. And this is the humus. 80% grow speed, 10% harvest amount, and I need silt for that. Silt is something we discover once we have agriculture level 2, so it's going to take a while. Let's drop all of that and make some. That is burlap. I need the wine barrels too, so I shouldn't forget that one. Burlap, 10 craft. No, not that one. I also need a chest. That's 10 planks. I'm starting to run out of planks. Plus, I need a sulfur smelter, but that one isn't needing planks. Okay, so that's an advantage. I do need 4 jugs, that's 20. I do need 30 clay. So here we go again. That's 20, and no, I'm not going to pick up, hang on, 4 jugs I said, yeah. Can't do that now. Not going to pick up the ones we left in the chest, because eventually I will need clay for portals again. 1, 2. What else do I need? 20 stone. That's the fertilizer storage. 10 sand. And I think the jug is finished, so I'm overlooking something. I need a wine barrel as well. Otherwise, it's no use to build. Nah, never mind. 2 copper. Clay. Sand. And 10 sticks. And the jugs. Let's make the other jugs. While that runs, we got the burlap, so time to build the fertilizer storage. And this means that exclamation mark that there's more in production as that I actually have for storage. Fertilizer storage built. That way. Manufacture sulfur smelter. I also need to start growing wheat. Lots of wheat actually. And probably linen for that one. Probably linen for ropes as well. So next, sulfur smelter built. Perfect. Absolutely perfect. While he builds that, I'm going off to a wood cutting area. No, I'm not. I'm going to get my grain production going first. Water. And Andrew asked with exclamation mark, warning that there's more in production than we have storage for. Does that mean production pauses? Yes, it does. Or at least it can't store, so production, yeah, halts, pauses, whatever you want to call it. It simply won't continue. Let's see, I got 11. I need 10, not enough. That one can be dropped off. My inventory is becoming a mess right now. 80, okay. Now here's the nice part. Now I got the fertilizer and I'm going to use all the straw we got right now to produce manure. But now we've got fertilizer. I have two options, without and with. So I'm going to pick with because 10% harvest amount is always useful. The growth speed is not really a problem right now because I will be off to start cutting some trees. After all, I need those logs. So I'm going to do that. I need the planks. 6, 8 planks, not enough to craft any chest. I also need linen. But what I need right now for the wine barrel, because that's the last tool I need to build. 30 planks, nails, 2 sheets and 20 rope. So I will start by focus on wheat for a bit, because I will need a lot more flour to start cooking the meat pie. But for meat pie I need vinegar. Vinegar is made in the wine barrel and we need planks and yes, ropes. So that's to keep me busy. There's also another thing I need to figure out. No, I can't. Okay. I was wondering if I could use this one. But I can't. So let's see. That part is going to be removed. And just when we arrive here, the wheat is up. Well, forget about it. First wood cutting. Because I need planks. Lots of them. I also need saltpeter, but I need to calculate how much. Sometimes using spreadsheets may indeed be useful, but then I tried that once and it's getting so complicated because at some point you get upgrades, you get different tools, and lots of formulas you need to take into account. Just look at stuff. I really need to grow a lot of items. So let's get the planks done. 1, 2, 3. That's 60, 90. Let's get one more row of trees. At least for a while, 90 planks will be enough. 100 even. Because there's a lot to build. It's really a shame that it's a one-on-one. A one-on-one crafting. Fortunately, things will improve over time, but this is costing me so many resources. That one's not empty. Oh, I forgot. I forgot to look in the sulfur smelter, which is producing 1 sulfur from 2 ore, which is why I don't have that many. Amber and sticks. So 2 sulfur. That's 20. I won't need that many actually. Sticks. That's it. Now, let's see. Seeds. 32 for planting. The other 80 are going to be turned into flour. I really need more ghosts. Oh well. No, keep that one. I need lemon seeds. I need a load of crap. Compost bin, manure. And that's 2. Actually, that's 160 now. That's making progress. 47. Don't think it's enough for the amount of ropes I need. 20 ropes. It is enough. So let's see. Wine barrel. 30 planks. 20 nails, 2 copper sheets. Nails, sheets. 20 rope. This, if it's showing both, means that I can choose between which one to use. So I can actually set preferences if I want to make more of it. In general, whenever I have a choice between the copper and the iron sheets, or in this case nails, I prefer copper. That's because the iron is eventually used for so many other stuff that it's actually smarter to use copper. And Andrew told me about asked me about the ghost, that he says he can't remember where who he was when he was alive, and does he have a name? Well, he does have some sort of a name, but it's not really a name anymore. He's calling himself Wanderer right now. That's the only name he actually has. So his old name is completely forgotten. That's the only thing I actually do know. Still need more room before I can order it to craft ropes. So let's see what we have. 34. 1 seed short. One wheat short. Let's go out and find it. Because I know there's plenty of wheat growing everywhere. So I simply have to harvest. Yeah, well, if you want to think of him like the Wanderer, it works. Another option would be call him Ghost Number One, because he's not the only one, as you probably saw. After all, it says ghosts. So we will have more than one. But personally, I like the name Wanderer. I don't know how much it was wandering, because we found it near that altar and it said that it was actually there for a long time. I'm having a deja vu here. But the ghost said it was living there for a long time, was near that altar for a long time. So Wanderer isn't really a name, in my opinion anyway, which would suit him. because he never wandered off. But then I'd be nitpicking. So if he's named Wanderer, so be it. And yes, you may have guessed there were others, Andrew. Like I said, it says ghosts. So that explains a lot. The sofa is done. We need to remove the sticks. And drop the rest of the flour in there. 23 flour, that'll do. Hey. I need the ropes first. Oh, if I need... There's something else I need to grow. Wine barrel, where to put that one? Might as well drop it there. Never build everything but a new chest. No, that's not a good idea. That's not a good idea either. So I am going to be forced to build it here anyway. Problem. Ah, no, it's possible. No problem. No problem at all. I do have to drop off a lot of stuff eventually. Maybe a second chest is useful, at least for the time being. Wine barrel is done. New recipes. Vinegar. Made from grape juice, apple juice or cactus juice. Juice done here. So my next phase. First of all, do chest. Let's see, I'm going to split things now. Belts, feathers, leather, scraps, quill, drop off here, thread, pickaxe, ash, planks and ropes are being dropped off there. Done. So I don't need to plant linen. That's a relief. That one. Time to make some vinegar. And when we have the vinegar, I'm finally able to make better fruit. All that because I wanted to make a meat pie. 40, let's do 60. I got 32 each time. So that's almost 2 full batches of grapes. That should use more than enough vinegar. To mention, with the fertilizer I will get more anyway. That's done. I'm going to do a dad joke again. Just pass here. No, I can't. Just set label. Sorry. I need saltpeter. How much shit do we have? A lot. 54. 4 plus water plus coal. So that means I've got 2 left. 52. 13. charcoal. I really should make more charcoal. Because then I'm still lacking logs. By the time I'm actually done to start exploring that mine, it's the end of the stream. Ha! No, I'm lucky I've got the day off tomorrow, so that's the advantage of my country. Some Christian holidays are celebrated over 2 days. "31, 38. Let's see how far we get with this. I need 12. Okay, so I get to the end. Sticks. Dropping off the embers. And I might as well pick them up because I need to make more embers. Andrew asked what it was about some holidays being over 2 days. Well, the Netherlands celebrate some of the Christian holidays over 2 days. So we have Easter on Sunday and we have a second day of Easter on Monday. Same thing with Christmas and the same with Pentecost. So while it's Pentecost today for the Christian world, for the Dutch it also means that we have a day off tomorrow. Don't ask me why, because I don't know. But it's very convenient. Because it means I can sleep in tomorrow morning, which also means that I'm able to stream longer for today. Lacking water. Okay. I think everybody loves days off. At least, unless you're a workaholic, but in general, everybody loves day off. I forgot the charcoal and the water. Free. I really need to start having that crafting shed I have in mind, because it's so inconvenient at this point to have everything scattered all over the place. Anyway, let's make ourselves no saltpeter yet. We're going to need more water. And another one. So we got 60 water. That should take us to quite an amount of saltpeter for the time being. We need a lot more, but it's a very slow process. 1 minute and 7.5 seconds for 2. So this is almost 15 minutes. Now let's see, how many grapes do we have? 177. I need better stamina food. 18. Health. 15. Health, stamina. Health, stamina. Only health. So Morse is the only option. One. Oh, wait, I can do 40, nothing more. So 40 moss, and anything else is going to be turned into vinegar. I had 40 grapes. Grape juice. Never mind that. So cooking and juicer are two of the items that actually require somebody to be present. Now I need to think. Let's do this one first. Need buy flour. So I have to see how much flour we got right now. 37 plus what I made. Still think I need to grow more. $60 flour, okay. I still got the manure in my inventory. Ha! And the charcoal. Right. Next phase. Alchemy table. We need black powder. 1. I need 5 fuse cords. So that's 5 black powder. But that's not all I need. Copper hammer, 2 black powder, 2 saltpeter, 2 sulfur, 4. Okay, let's see. 2 saltpeter. Saltpeter. 2 sulfur. Might as well drop all of it in here. And 2 charcoal each, so that's 4. I will need more actually, because I also need for the fuse cord, but I will do one step at a time. We'll need a lot of ropes. Leather. One sheet and 2 ingots. One leather. One sheet and 2 ingots. That won't work. That does. Aye. Back to the boombox. This is in general one of the more nice weapons, considering I will need it at some point to find my way through darkness. But the 10% run speed penalty is going to be such a pain in the butt. Anyway, we've done that. I'm working on food. I need the materials for ectoplasm. 4 blueberries, 1 ash, 1 milk. I need at least 3, so 12 blueberries. Let's see how far we get with this. Because I think I had some left. Yep, we had. I also need to plant linen at some point for ropes. Again, there's a lot of planting of some items being done early game. Then at some point after Iron Age, I'm actually able to collect a lot of items simply from the land. And there is one biome where I nearly need to collect anything for materials. I'm running out of space to store it actually. Also, food is going to shift slowly but surely to more useful ones. Early game I will need a lot of wheat grains. Also, because of the sheep and the cow eating straw. Don't need clay, that's an advantage. I need the magic blueberries, I need ash. And we need milk, so I need 3 milk. And 4. I'm starting to forget things, not good. 4, we have 18, I need 12. Okay, that's enough. Let's plant linen for rope. One of the items I will need most of the game, being it for construction, being it for hunting gear or whatever, clothing. Linen is one of the items I will need most of the game. as well do this. So free milk. I don't have water. Do have now. Free milk. No, I don't have the seeds. Okay. Really should. That's something I will do in a bit. Getting everywhere filled up with pure water. That was the last. Okay. No need to do that yet. Let's get 40 pure water made to start with. So I have enough for the animals. Simply make sure that they have a full supply of water. The only thing I need to do after that is refilling the seeds or the straw. So that's done. Free. No, I don't think it was free, it was more ash. Back to Pleasant. Craft. If I'm actually using my brains, said that before, I should have collected 4 milk instead of 3. Finally. In a way, it's funny that right now I'm actually running somewhat short on manure and everything. And at some point I'm starting having more than enough of the excrements to craft manure or whatever. Disc, that's ash. Blueberry seeds can be dropped off. Normal seeds can be dropped off. Let's see if everything is filled up now. They have enough. They have enough. Magic seeds. Magic blueberries. So the grape juice is done, which means I can finally start working at vinegar. So I need 10 stones, ectoplasm and 5 clay. Yeah, 5 clay. I also need craft copper arrows. 94 feathers. That's more than enough for what I need. How much copper do I need? 1 sheet for 15. So 7 sheets. Seven sheets. That's going to make 105 arrows. Should be more than enough, at least for a while. So, plus the stone arrow I have is 106. I'm not going to need the bow that much in the mining area, but I will need it in the area beyond. So with that in mind, having 100 plus arrows is fine. And you said about the animal sounds, Andrew. Particularly pleasing thing is that each animal type has several sounds. Actually, I haven't noticed. Or better said, I haven't even paid attention to it, but I didn't notice that they have several sounds. So I guess I will have to pay attention when I'm walking around over there next time. I do know that the crafting is, well, the anvil is using two different sounds. Not just the hammering, but also something else. But I haven't noticed about the animals. Hey, did I forget to pick up the clay? Guess so. All the ropes are done. Good. Animal components. That sounds a little bit as if I am crafting, making animals out of. Never mind. Can drop off all the ropes here, which is good. Alchemy table. 5 black powder. For fuse cords. 5 black powder. So 5 sulfur, 5 saltpeter, and 10 charcoal. Well, at least I have enough saltpeter for that. We only need to add charcoal in this box to make it a kaboom box. 5 and 10 charcoal. That's the fuses. Or at least the start of it. 5 fuse cords. I don't have enough saltpeter for the nitroglycerin, I'm afraid. I got my arrows. Ah, yeah, I need clay. I have clay. Yeah, well, we will get more saltpeter over time. I mean, I can craft a little bit extra. 3 water, 1 charcoal. I also need to keep an eye on my fertilizer. Because at some point I will have to add more. So for the time being, I'm not going to use it. And 28 vinegar. Okay. Foods. Meat, flour, cooking table, meat pie. 28 meat pies. That's what I call a nice start of a party. much? 4 minutes. That's also 4 minutes. So by the time the meat pies are done, the vinegar should be done too. That's blowing a big hole in the amount of food I have, but then not really a big problem. But I really need iron for my next stamina food. So 244. That's about the same time. You want 28 meat pies, Andrew? Actually, I haven't had a meat pie in a little while either, so in a way we can shake hands when it comes to that. But then, not sure if it's really a problem that I didn't have it. But we're going to make a lot of meat pies. In particular, because it's the next it's my next health food, so it's a big improvement compared to what I have over here. Well, you said you probably shouldn't eat 28 meat pies, but the most important thing is about eating 28 meat pies, how long does it take? I mean, if it takes you a full year, that means once every 2 weeks, more or less. I don't think that's really a problem. If you eat 28 meat pies in a day, that may be a problem. Probably even if you ate 28 meat pies a week, because that still makes 4 a day. So eating 28 meat pies doesn't seem like a big problem if you extend it over a longer time. Last second, finally. 40 vinegar for future use. And 8 more meat pies added. That makes 48. That should be enough. Basically means a meat pie a day keeps the coroner away. Something like that. $125. And after that I can go back hunting. Yeah, that's kind of what I meant, Andrew. Putting them away for later, and well, a chest freezer. It's actually very useful. My parents used to have one, and it was always useful. I don't have the room for it, so I only have a small freezing part in my refrigerator, which means you put in a bread, some chicken legs, some pork, and it's full. Then you cook a meal and you're being like, okay, now what? So unlike a game where you can actually store it in a chest, at home you're being like, okay, if I cook for multiple days, that means I eat it today, and then a couple of days later you have to eat it. You only have room for it in your garage. Well, that's what my parents did too, although the garage was still large enough to keep the car in it as well. So I think it depends on the size of the house eventually. Alchemy table, what do we have here? 5 black powder, fuse cords, vinegar and rope. I don't have vinegar anymore, so let that be. And we're off to the mine. If your refrigerator freezer is overflowing, maybe it's time to start checking how much you actually need. And no, not how much you need. If there isn't something that's maybe eaten instead. Ah, yeah, that's. I know that. I have the same with my storage in my apartment. There's plenty of room, but I need so much. Now, that's the use of this hammer. Downside, I'm running more slowly. Anyway, I was saying I have so much stuff stored inside that storage area that basically it's still useless. I love that hammer. Though sometimes you need 2 hits. Sometimes you eat things in the freezer, but there are a couple of things in there that takes you a long time to eat up, to use up, like 28 meat pies. Yeah, I get the message. We went full circle again. This is why I like that hammer. Although even with that hammer, my health may drop pretty fast. And there goes the last bread. Off to the meat pies. So, right hand exploring. are two reasons I need to go in here. Not the sulfur, because we got plenty of that. But one reason is this is a passage to another area we need to go through. The other reason is that we will find one of the pentagrams here at some point. Oh, which explains why we have to go there. You said mighty warrior fueled by meat pies. Shouldn't that be a meat pie warrior then? Or is that pun just too bad? And yes, Andrew, the hammer does have AoE. That's why I love it in this area. Because the normal mace would certainly make things more complicated. So I got this one is doing 10 damage and 16 AoE. So let's say if you hit one person, one creature, if you hit a creature, then you do 26 damage on him and 16 on everything around him, as you can see by the health bars. But it is quite nice. The copper mace is doing 16 damage versus one creature, so for now I found this big one more useful. Meat pie warrior implies that the warrior is made of meat pies. Well, we do have this Michelin creature thing made of the Michelin tires, so dead end. A meat pie creature wouldn't be that weird. The only problem is if it dies, it will be eaten. So maybe it's also possible that it's actually part of the order of meat pies. Still doesn't sound nice. Hey, Kabuki mask. Oh yeah. Extra stamina generation. I'm going to use this in the Peaceful Lands. That one, green fields, if I'm going to get wood cutting or stone mining that. Let's see. Blocked. Okay. more Moors. No, they aren't spawning infinitely. They are, once I have cleared the area, it is cleared. Unless I drop my bedroll here and select the option to have everything respawn. At that point, yeah, everything's back. I may do that at some point for some areas, but try to avoid it for the time being. Of course, it does have some advantages. Because, like I said, those broken items can be dealt with later. And we got another level, which is excellent. The broken items can be dealt with, can be used later for something else. So in a way, I can use that as a resource at some point. Now let's see. Crit damage is good. Blocking is good. And stamina is good, especially stamina. Next level is 10. Yep. Because that means I can do more with more stamina. Why do I need a wheelbarrow or a donkey? I'm collecting the broken swords indeed from everything I killed. Those are, I think they're called rat people. So every time it drops, yeah, I'm collecting it. I'm also collecting the broken pickaxes and the broken shields. But yeah, to haul all that stuff, nah, I got 32 inventory slots. There is no weight restriction, so I'm not really that worried. Besides, I think this is a dead end. It is a dead end. Besides, I can always build myself a teleport somewhere, jump back to base, unload, come back, remove the teleport and continue. Big question right now. Well, I still keep using the right hand exploring. Yeah, video game rules. Some games have weight restriction, other games have inventory restrictions. Some games have both. But that's not my game to play, that's Cat's. So I got inventory restrictions. And everything can be stacked. So even the inventory restriction is having an advantage of being able to carry more than one item. I need a meat pie. Still 45 health. But it's still better than nothing. In this case, I might as well mine it. That would have been another option, of course, but I will need some sulfur eventually. Or better said, I need more as what I have now. So this will do. Yeah. Bingo! This is what I was looking for. Although, not completely. So that's the abandoned mine. I need to build the teleport. Which I can't do over here. Well, actually, this one is simply called mine. So what I'm going to do in a bit is remove. No, I'm not going to remove that one. Rename this one to mine entrance and get myself a new one, which I will call abandoned mine. First, I need to check if I am able to build the teleport. Not here anyway. Hopefully inside. But I have to go exploring in this area because this gap and that gap still need to be explored to figure out whether or not there's what's his name, one of those pentagrams. Almost was about to use the word thingy. Also, it's very bloody dark in here, which is why this hammer is quite useful. A third option I have is simply ignoring this one and build the teleport near the exit. And where are the buggers? I hear them, but I don't see them. There it is. I have no idea what this is, by the way. Looks like some sort of dog with very big spikes. That's something else. But that's why the AoE is so nice. At least on this one. Am I able to build it here? Not if enemies are nearby. No, I know that. Shoot. Spooky. Let's do it like this. Rename. Let's do it like that. And now we're going back to this one. And remove it. Let's try that way. I do think they are actually afraid of the light. Because they seem to be running away. Yes, the Wanderer just came over. One of the things is I can set a work priority. So his priorities are first to repair. If that doesn't happen, he has to build. If that isn't needed, he has to craft. And eventually, if neither one of the three is needed, he has to gather. And gathering is actually working on an automated mine at some point. So with the priorities, the advantage of that, at least for me, is that he can turn up when I'm building something. So can the others, which we're going to have later. So yes, that's very nice to have the assistance, because it also means that I don't have to put points in construction. And we got another creature with big horns this time. Making lots of noise. I don't know what it is, but just like all the others, it's dead. It's a shame it only drops a claw. Well, it is something with horns, but I'm not certain if it's actually something like a minotaur or a demon, a little devil, I don't know. I do know that this is a dead end. So I think this was a sulfur mine. Surprisingly, if it was a sulfur mine, then the big question is, where is the rest of the volcano? Because I don't see that. Yeah, the effects are indeed very nicely done, Andrew. I should have. Maybe I will craft a torch at some point. But this sparkly hammer, I think you're asking me about why he's not, the Wanderer is not going back. Well, my guess, there is nothing to craft at the moment. Over time, there will be, but right now, not yet. I will have to. Let's start by eating, actually. I will have to craft more copper, more fine copper at some point, and the embers, everything else. But he is only doing the copper on the windmill, nothing else. So for now, he doesn't have that much to do. And at least that way he has a good reason to actually start wandering. I will need his help soon enough. So using a big sparkling hammer to destroy a crate. That's one way to deal with things. Let me think. There's also a path. I haven't seen sulfur in a while. Ooh, big group. No more big group. That explains the bigger group. What I like about this weapon is that you actually see the spark going around when it hits something. So the fuse are the special effects of this is very nicely. The downside, I'll eat an awful lot of meat pies. And switching to another weapon is no use because we got this nice, very black screen. And you wanted to know if I'm going to be able to make enough pastry to make the pies that all this meat is going to generate. Yes. As a matter of fact, at some point I'm going to get better food and I'm not going to need that meat for a while. Eventually I will get another food using meat, but even that one is becoming, yeah, let's call it obsolete at some point. I'm not going to use it anymore. So I'm not that worried about the meat. Besides, we only have 3 right now, and I think there's not even 40 back at my main base. So it may take a while. I may actually have to use the bedroll in an area to generate more meat. But we'll see about that. One step at a time. First, I need to get out of here. Why do I have the feeling this will end up in a dead end as well? Why do I have the feeling that my feeling was right? So we have 2 more options, that way and that way. Well, I'm doing right-hand exploring, so it's straight ahead. As far as that's making sense. At least we're getting somewhere. Let's have another moss. And let's figure out what we have over here. A monster. Not what I was looking for. More monsters. So We're eating meat pie of a creature made of meat from a creature we actually don't know what it is. No, that's not entirely true. The meat pies are made of that cow-like creature and the boars we encountered earlier. So it's probably a pork beef pie, something like that. The ones I may make from this kind of meat, yeah, we don't know what it is. Small sofa blocking the passage. Oh, ain't that nice? Welcome to the darkness. So I actually need to keep my mouse pointer over the sofa, then select the pickaxe and start mining, otherwise you see nothing. I have no idea if that's a Danish specialty, Andrew. Never heard of it actually. But yeah, at least it isn't long pork. Although maybe it is. No, there's no illuminated pickaxe. This is actually this hammer and the battle torch are the only two weapons available for this area. But in a way, I think it's also funny to starting to mine something and you absolutely see nothing. Thing is doing 3 damage, but over time it's still adding up. There's something behind the crates. Another split? No. Just a turn in the path. Yeah, that's one of the well, no, let's say it differently. I can use the one of critical damage and the Berserker. Especially Berserker is nice, but it's only 5 seconds, and it's got quite a cooldown, plus more stamina use. So with that in mind, it's not very useful. On the other hand, the fact that you still can kill several of them with one hit every once in a while is also nice. I mean, as soon as that thing is gone, my damage is 13.8. I only need 700 XP. And my damage point per second is half, more or less now. And that's only because of the weapon. If I switch to the bow, damage is actually increasing, both the normal as the one per second. If I would take the copper mace, it would even be better. So, but I think the game is set up in that way that you will always need more than one hit to kill the monsters, unless you're lucky and it's one. Because apparently with the AoE weapon, with one hit, it's dead. So kind of, it looks like it's sort of splitting off. Bingo! That was what I look. See? That's what you were expecting, Andrew, that we will use explosive at some point. Yes, you're right, we are. It also means that I still need to investigate that last path. But first of all, let's see if I'm able to build the teleport somewhere. There. And once again, it's going to be a temporary teleport. Aren't you so very, very clever indeed? In my country, we would say, keep your shoes on. Don't walk next to your shoes. It's actually more a matter of putting one and one and one together and getting to 3. So, back into the mine. Because I still need to find the other spots. Except in this case, I can use another weapon. So let's use the normal mace. At least she's faster with that. Currently doing 20 damage in each hit. And with the Berserker, it's even 30. So 19.8 makes 20 damage and 18.81 DPS. So yeah, that maze is actually better. And now I need to eat. Really hope that I'm able to find that pentagram fast, because I really may need it. I know somebody who would probably yell, "Die, ratties." Yeah, it probably is, Andrew. I'm sorry, but my English may be more than decent, but I'm afraid I don't know all the expressions. But if it's something related to a form of arrogance, then yes, it's the same thing. Right hand exploring. Where is that bloody pentagram? Okay, that helped. These guys are a lot more dangerous as the ones I found in the other mine. Maybe less arrogance, but more self-confidence than your abilities, you said. Yeah, I think that's more like it what we mean in the Netherlands as well. That you're actually somewhat overconfident and showing some form of arrogance, not really arrogance, but more like, look at me, I am good. Well, it's something that everybody could have done. It's a little bit hard to describe. Well, arrogance is a negative thing. Because you're basically acting as if you're the best in something. So, no, arrogance is not good. If it keeps going on like this, I might as well switch to the bow again. Because there's a lot of these buggers. Is this leading That wouldn't surprise me. Let's find out. A lot of arms of those red thingies. Are they red? Yep, they are. They look like rats. Got a nice tail. Got the reddy snouts. So they certainly look like rats. That worked. Hang on, Andrew. I need to read this a couple of times. The message I'm getting is that you're not going to give me any points whatsoever for working out what the salpeter would create, and then why you would need dynamite. Well, I thought I did give you some credits. Because didn't I say something like, you guessed it right? I can't even remember. I'm getting too old for this shit. No, wait, that's another movie. I'm going to deal with the red guys. It's a lot easier as with chat. At least part is explored. And more important, we got to another crossing. Yeah, but that's what she's having too, Andrew. She's having a lethal weapon in her fist. Or hand. So, backtracking. Next spot. Another pie. Flush it away with some moss. And then off to the next gap. Probably, Andrew, probably cultural difference. I think that's one of the things that will happen. Although, if the people in my country would have been smart, got level 10, then Australia and New Zealand and everything around it would have been Dutch and not English. Unfortunately, that didn't happen, so let's see, Berserker, should I do sprint or dash? Sprint. So I increased, of course it's that one, I increased Berserker. Slightly shorter cooldown, but we got a little bit longer for the higher attack speed, so that's nice. The health is more important right now. Stamina at 12, so anything else would take a while. Yeah, but it's going to get more slow. I mean, I need 2.3k right now. And I don't know what one of those monsters is giving me. But leveling up doesn't increase my damage output. So let's see. Let's open the inventory. It's 4705. 7 points. 6 or 7 points. 6 or 7 experience points to actually kill. So with 2.3k, that's going to take a while. But I've almost done this part, which is nice. I'm also streaming for quite a while. Right hand. So what I'm going to do is finish this mine for sure. And finish the abandoned mine. We have a teleporter near that exit. So once everything is finished, jumping back to base and wrap things up. Which means there's still a lot to do. Or not, when we have a dead end. Then that also means that next week I will be crafting the dynamite and blow ourselves away out. Oh, this is going to be big. There can be only one. Another split. Well, both are going to be dead ends for sure. There's nothing here. So I really hope that we do find a pentagram here. Not that I'm running around in circles for nothing. Huh, I shouldn't have said that. Get me out of here. Otherwise I keep searching for the wrong spot. Let's see, sulfur. We have nails. I need another chest for all the broken items, I think. For sure. able to craft a chest now. I need 10 nails, so in theory I should be able to craft a chest. Because it's likely I got 10 nails. Put the ghost back to work. Well, if he's building it, I might as well start collecting some stuff over here. And while I'm here, I might as well make the dynamite instead of doing that next week. Vinegar needed. Fuse cord. 25 ropes. 26 fine tube. I throw glycerin. How many? 3. So that's 24 soil. And you were asking back in the sulfur mine, no more unexplored bits in the abandoned mine left. Well, there are bits in the abandoned mine left, Andrew. But what I wanted to do, as you can see, that's the exit we need to take for with the dynamite. And it looks like there's a path here. The reason I was going to the sulfur mine is that I was hoping to find one of those nice pentagrams in there. I didn't, so I hope to find it in the next area after. So that means I won't have to explore the abandoned mine. But yeah, the reason I want that was actually the reason why I wanted the sulfur mine cleared. Simply because I need 24 soil. Simply because I wanted to know whether or not one of those pentagrams is over there. And I also think that the current part shows everything you ask about rain. We even got lightning. Soil, water, 3, and I need 3 nitroglycerin, so 9 saltpeter and 6 sulfur. Hey, wait. And vinegar. That's that part. Then I need burlap and leather. If I'm not mistaken. 7 leather and 8 burlap. So make 7 leather. And 8 burlap. I think with the cows would be the best thing, Andrew. Because that's the largest. Eight water. Just hope. Just hope I got enough straw in there. How much do they need? 4. Okay. Got 7 left. I don't have enough straw. Yeah, yeah. Okay, you got a point over there with the size. But usually cow sheds also had some sort of attic where everybody kept the straw and the hay. So any smart people who wants to sleep with cows would actually sleep on the attic and not in between the cows or sheep. So besides something else that comes to mind, because of the long hair, sheep are often having more ticks. So with that in mind, I would prefer to sleep in the cow shed. Although the sleeping bag isn't looking that bad, except your face is getting wet. Yeah, everybody prefers to sleep in a house, Andrew, but for now, we don't have anything to live in. We will over time. Once I get to the next area, things will become better. And once we have that, I will be able to do construction. And we got the wooden floor, and I can start building something. Simply have to put the bedroll inside because I'm not going to build a bed yet. I will have to do a lot of wood cutting. And I'm thinking that one needs discovery. Okay. Construction. So, nitro. There we go. 3 pieces. Might as well drop the vinegar in there. "45 seconds for one." Oh, wait. One dynamite. 26 for nitro, and we've got the boost. The crafting boost, so. Yeah, but I don't think that in real life making nitroglycerin is done with soil, saltpeter, sulfur, and pure water. It probably needs some other components as well. It's a game. Besides, I won't use a leather and burlap dynamite. So, there's the dynamite. So I had 48 meat pies, and there's 23 left. Sorry, 25 left. All in all, it was quite a food demanding trip through there. On the positive side, I didn't die. So let's set up the dynamite. Go back a little bit, because it's going to bang. like I said. And we're going to remove Scorpius now. Yeah, you're asking why it's called Scorpius. Well, all the teleporters get names of constellations. And it's only named Abandoned Mine if I replace the name of it. But since I have no intention to get here again, so yeah, the temporary teleports aren't renamed by me. The ones I keep using are. And now we have a similar creature as to what we had before, except in red instead of black. So this is also a canyon. The only thing I need is to know what's the exit. Also going to switch a few things. And we're going to use the normal maze again. One reason, because the thing is a lot faster. I think no, it's the other way around, Andrew. You're misunderstanding. Or maybe I'm misunderstanding you. But they always get the constellation names. And if I want to put them as a permanent portal, then I rename them. Otherwise, I just leave them the way they are. Now it's time to start mining again. And the other canyon also had plant life. Except you didn't see it. Or at least maybe you didn't notice it. So I've got, this is sulfur mine entrance. Then we have the sulfur mine. I still need to explore a little bit in here. That's the exit, and now we have another canyon. And guess how I'm going to call this teleporter. How much do we have? 29. Science teleport built. Might as well build it closer to the exit here. There. Come on, ghost. Because I need to remove this. And after that, there's a lot of work to do. I need to check something because of Typo prevention. Well, I'm not going to name it iron ore. I'm not even going to name it Iron Ore Canyon. Although I have been thinking about it. No. I'm going to name it that. So I know that this is the abandoned mine without actually entering it. Running out of stamina. 1, 4. This is generating 1, 8. So I need another one. And last one. Oh, hang on. 116. Because I don't need it anymore. Don't need armor when all the creatures are gone. Oh. And the final step for today. Iron processing. Once I have that unlocked, I need 1 egg. No, I need 3 eggs. 2 ash. Did I have ash? Yeah. Two ash, 3 eggs, and a water. Oh, and a feather. One feather. 3 eggs. And that way I'm slowly but surely getting all the crap from the animals, which I can eventually use for something else. And if they actually drop the crap. Come on, last one too. I think next time when somebody's acting like he's very scared, I'm going to call that person chicken excrement. It's certainly got a certain ring. Sounds a lot better than chicken shit actually. Just afraid that they don't know what I'm talking about. Done. discovery table. Iron processing. Discover. There we go. Boom. Bang. Lots of new stuff, and we have construction available. I need an iron ingot for that. So let's start one by one. Crafting table. No resource, but iron tongs, iron plane, which give me 30% crafting speed when I want to make planks, which means that one is obsolete. Iron frying pan, iron stock pot, iron scissors, all giving me an increase. Oh, and an iron hammer. Increase in crafting speed. So there's multiple hammers to be made to start with. No weapons. Then on the tailor table we have the iron clasp. We will be able to do the small bag, which gives me 3 points extra compared to what we have now. Then the leather hood, light gloves with heat protection and leather gloves. This is preparation of the area after the Iron Canyon. Light shirt, leather shirt and leather armor. And let's see, 10 armor, 20 health, 5 armor, 25 health. So basically the leather shirt is light armor. We got light pants for heat protection. We got rough cloth shorts and we've got pants. And finally sandals, heavy leather boots and normal leather boots. So there's a lot of armor coming up in crafting. On the armorer table, iron arrow, the iron battle shield, the iron shields of course, more armor, same block chance but less damage, and iron bow, 15 damage compared to the 10 we have now, so same, no, slightly lower attack speed and just a little bit more stamina being used. Then we got our nice green arrows again, so I will show all that when we go into the building menu as well. The stone mill is able to process iron ore, which is very useful because we will be needing that. Should have done it differently. Oh, never mind. Should have, could have. They're all available. So for the anvil we need ingots, a jug and logs. For the blast furnace we need stone, clay, planks, copper, nails and leather. In other words, I will have to collect lots and lots of logs again. Then we have the cooking table, chips, 30 stamina, but that needs the iron frying pan. So that's that. Then up here, manufacture, the blast furnace, the level 2 and the level 2 anvil. We have a reinforced palisade. And that needs copper or iron scrap, and we already have some of that. That's it. No reinforced gates. We simply have a palisade gate. So, lots and lots of upgrades coming up in the next episode. I am going to do, how much copper do I have left? I can't use that one. I can use that one. Craft more copper ingots. Because I will need it. Don't have any logs left, so I really need to go out and start cutting logs. But for now, I'm going to turn to the other screen. It's been 6 hours and a little bit, and frankly speaking, it's also getting quite late over here. And I do have the day off next week, but that doesn't mean I have to go bed somewhere far beyond midnight. So for now, everybody who was here when I was live, thanks for watching. Everybody who will watch the video on Twitch later, thanks for watching too. And everybody who's going to watch it next week on YouTube, enjoy and thank you for watching as well. And I hope to see you folks live at some point. I think I've done quite a lot. Eventually, I did actually get what the title said. We got new resources, being the sulfur, the saltpeter, of course, and the iron. We got the new technologies, the alchemy and the iron processing. And next episode I will be getting the construction technology, which also means that I will finally be able to craft a roof over my head. I'm certain some people will be very pleased with that. That's for next week, however. This week is done. I got my goals completed, and I hope to continue with the next goals next week. We'll see. Thank you for being here. Thank you for watching. Have a very good week, everybody. And I hope to see you next week. Goodbye.